What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, June 12th, 2025, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, which is in use for departures today. For the time being, wind is blowing from the east today. At this moment, I should say. It is expected to turn more to the southeast later in the day, so at some point I do expect a runway use change. Pretty sure that at some point this runway is going to be used for arrivals. Whether or not that's going to happen within the scope of today's show remains to be seen. For now, everything is outbound to the north, and yeah, we'll have to see how things are going to develop over the morning and early afternoon. A warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond, and all others who have joined. Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon, whatever time of day it may be for you. We have a 777 in the background that you can see. The windsock also visible. Now, before the 777, a quick glance at the weather will tell you it's KVK. No, hardly any clouds to be seen. It's 18 degrees C. We have 10 knots of wind from the east. I find it still a bit chilly, but I'm standing here in a shorts and in a t-shirt. With the wind, it's a bit chilly, but it's going to get warmer over the day, upwards towards 30 degrees in the south of the country. So that's only a temporary thing. This is what is expected for the upcoming hours, so it's going to stay sunny all throughout the day, no question about that, no rain anywhere. The wind might even pick up a little bit, but it is turning a bit to the southeast, and when it does, I'm expecting a runway use change. Right now this is the runway use, parallel departures to the north and landings on Kaatbaan. There are 4 Queens and an A380 on the way. Question is, are we going to see them? I think maybe not. It looks in the TAF like the wind is only going to change more southerly later in the show, so we'll just have to see. This is at least what is underway, so maybe we'll catch a glimpse of it, maybe not. Time will tell. For now, let's focus on the business at hand, and that is airplanes. We have a 777 ready to go to Paramaribo in Suriname. KLM flight 713. There it is. That is a 777-300 the PHBVR Bravo Victor Romeo. Now spooling up. 9-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. In the meantime, a very good morning to all. Jan, Just Blues, Peter, Nancy, Gertin, Thibaut, QJ, Sheila, Marion, Nancy, Mrs. Professor. Good morning, everybody. Right, it looks like we will have to wait a bit before the next traffic is coming. If you look on Flight Radar, it is teeming with ground vehicles, but no sky vehicles immediately in the vicinity. I do see that Delta Airlines Flight 73 has been pushed back, and Delta Airlines Flight 161 seems to be already on the move. Those are both A350s, so that's a nice thing to look forward to. Oh, well, look at that. I didn't even scroll too far enough to the right, but Delta Airlines Flight 133 also on the move. Another A350, so that's 3 A350s from Delta underway this way. Well, at least two of them. Met in Fredde, Arjan, good morning. Ravish, Droogbier, good morning. Bill J, good morning, my friend. Looks like a nice morning for vodka. Absolutely, I'm going to need it. I'm actually literally standing here with goosebumps right now. Come on, global warming, I know you can do it. Give me all you got. Parallel departures in progress. KLM 321 Neo just took off from center. The wind is blowing from the east. That means that everything that you hear at the main platform area is blowing this way. I could hear GE90s being started perfectly well while I was setting up here earlier. The Koets also back again, doing some morning cardio. Henk, goedemorgen. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Right, Delta Airlines Flight 161 is on the move. Since the center runway is also in use, they will need to taxi around it probably. There are 4 airplanes now at the threshold of the center runway, so yeah. Low likelihood of them being able to traverse the runway immediately. They will probably have to go around it. Current status quo in the tower. Couple of controllers busy working. Nick, goedemorgen. Jor, goedemorgen. JW Slam, goedemorgen. Rizzy, good morning. The Koets are here. Anybody else you might be wondering? Well, there do seem to be a few birds further. More Koets. Yeah, more Koets. It's predominantly Koets right now that I'm seeing, insofar as I'm able to see anything. They did cut the grass, of course, last week. On the other side, not over here. The field of crops behind me is also slowly but surely growing. Not sure what crop it is. I know it's not wheat because we can see that in the adjacent field. It's growing over there. In the meantime, more departures from center. (737-800s) from KLM next on the center runway, 2 of them to Marseille and to Munich, and then an E2 Embraer to Belgrade. Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis is also going towards the threshold of the center runway. Then it needs to go around it and then back up again. KLM 737-800 to Marseille is now taking off from center. Yeah, so looking at what is now destined to be outbound at the platform, on the platform alive, narrow bodies, maybe we are going to see, no, Air France to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, that's a candidate for center. KLM to Copenhagen, probably also center. So yeah, it's just the 3 A350s that I now know for almost certain that will come this way. One of them is now at the southern threshold of the center runway and is already relatively close by. Delta Airlines Flight 133 is also on the move. Delta Airlines Flight 73 is still standing there. Another 737 from KLM. I think that was the one to Munich. Where did I see it? There it is. Otherwise it's all quiet over here. I haven't seen anybody yet along the cycling path. No other spotters or anything. Right now it seems to be, although it was rather quiet at the spotter spot itself, but you can see there are 1 or 2 people over there. Big picture wise, cavalcade day, just a few high cirrus clouds further to the southwest that you might be able to see somewhat vaguely. The rest, it's all blue. There are contrails visible, or at least some, on route from Frankfurt to the United States and Canada. I'm not yet seeing anything coming my way, but that's going to change undoubtedly. Should be a good day contrail spotting as well. In the meantime, I see that Mrs. Professor celebrated 21 months of membership. I wasn't looking behind the camera, behind the laptop. Did anything happen? I changed the widget for birthday membership celebrations. Did anything pop up automatically? Gave it another go. If not, then at least let me manually highlight the message. Mrs. Professor, who is celebrating 21 months of membership, and she writes, nice to see the blue sky after last stormy weekend. Absolutely. Although I have to say it was also nice to have the wind this time of year. Almost the longest day of the year. Nothing happened, said Maria. Okay. Right, so guess there's something wrong then with automating the widgets. It is on, isn't it? So I did another iteration of trying to automate the pop-up messages for birthday membership celebrations, new memberships, and membership renewals. Guess it's more difficult than it seems at first glance. The first A350 should become visible from the right at some point, sometime soon. Hey! Helicopter. And Stan says, morning, your camera is really good compared with others, he writes in Dutch. Well, it depends. It depends. It depends. I think it depends on who you compare it with. Most other live streamers also use professional cameras or system cameras, mirrorless cameras with expensive lenses. If you look at what Kevin from AVL uses, I'm using Dinky Toys to film with. Then again, if you look at another live streamer here at Schiphol Airport who uses his phone, yeah, obviously this is miles and miles better. It's a decent camera, I have to say I am happy with it. Although I wish it would also do 4K at 60 frames per second, because then that would save me at least one item that I would need to upgrade if I ever were to decide to upgrade to 4K, which I'm not yet thinking about because it needs new everything almost in my case. A350 Delta Airlines #1 and #2 is also not far behind it, but it does look, I was wrong. So the KLM to Copenhagen is in fact coming this way and has snuck in between the two A350s. Goedemorgen JP van Ruitenbeek. Rob, goedemorgen. Next airplane to become visible should be KLM flight 1269. That's a 737-800 to Copenhagen. In the meantime, at the threshold of the center runway, we have an A320neo that is going to go to Zurich. Might see that pop up or pass by in the background. Cheaters Lane candidate Bill asks, not sure that it is. There does seem to be quite a big spatial separation between the A350, which is now already past the fire station over here. Almost. Could be, it could be. On paper it could be. I'm not sure if it is taxiing faster than the A350 is. The A350 does seem to be taxiing rather slowly now, doesn't it? Hey, Wolfgang Servus tuning in from Workers Lounge. MDW asks, do you have permission to film during the NATO top? Permission to film what? Where? I'm not sure that I'm following your question. Schiphol, the Polderbaan area becomes a restricted area for everybody except inhabitants and companies, people who have a company in that area. The rest needs to bugger off. Ah, well, there we have our answer, Bill, at least. It will depart earlier than the Delta will. A350 once again on Delta's private parking spot there for, well, it used to be for A330s, but now it seems that the A350s are also making use of it. The 73 is not going through Cheaters Lane by the looks of it, but going to the threshold. Well, we've seen this before, just not with A350s that I can recall. Maybe he's waiting for his mate. That's now right behind him. And the 73 is now lining up on the threshold. What do we do? Delta combo shot? Or to the threshold for the departure of the 737 Diamond a Dozen. Hey, looky here who have arrived. It's custom emoji number 32. Hey there Sophie, goedemorgen, good morning. Yeah, combo shot. The Delta A350 and Delta A350 and firefighters. Right, well, we've been saying it jokingly, but I'm wondering if it actually is a private parking spot that Delta has purchased or is renting from Schiphol Group, because it does seem to be used almost exclusively by Delta airplanes. What is going on there? So this is Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, or at least it's supposed to go to Minneapolis. Was the first to arrive here on the scene, but not the first to leave by the looks of it. Now, I'm not sure where the firefighters came from. I suspect from the main platform area, because I didn't see them passing by here as I was setting up here. Pretty sure they did a different round around the block than around the Polderbaan. Boreas, goedemorgen, good morning. Absolutely, Lee. Love A350s. Much love for A350s here as well. So yeah, it looks like this is going to be the first to leave after all. Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. QJ says that the PHCKB is scheduled to go to Hong Kong 10:55, so let's hope for a bit of delay. I also thought I saw that in the departures list this morning. Let's hope it gets delayed just a little bit so that it leaves between 11 and 11:40. Fingers crossed. In that case, it's going to leave from here, this runway. Oh, see that my camera is moving up ever so slightly. Means it is a bit back heavy. Should be better now. Delta Airlines Flight 133 going to Detroit, Michigan. This is the November 501 Delta November. That was an 8-year-old airplane, first flight May 2017. Meanwhile, nothing has changed with respect to the position of Delta Airlines Flight 161. Once again being overtaken by KLM. Bird controller is also coming this way. And that is Delta Airlines KLM Flight 1137 that was passing by going to Dublin, Ireland. Hey there, Kidel, good morning. Evan, top of the morning, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And Lacey is getting exam results today. Do you think you've passed? Always exciting. Here in the Netherlands, whenever people graduate from high school, we always celebrate traditionally by putting out the flag and put the backpack of the person who graduated at the end of it. So when you drive through neighborhoods this time of year, you'll often see flags with backpacks on them. It means there lives a child who graduated from high school. Delta Airlines is still standing there. In the meantime, KLM Flight 1137 has arrived on the at the threshold and is now lined up. This is KLM Flight 1137 to Dublin, Ireland, the PHBXH Bravo X-Ray Hotel. 737-800, 24 years old, first flight July 2000. Emmy says, I always think you say birth control. Birth control, birth control. Apparently it sounds similar through the mic. It almost looks like they made a makeshift racetrack here where the finish line is right there. I'm not exactly sure why they put those cones with flags over here. There are more cones along the road, but not all of them have flags. I'm not sure what it signifies, if it does have any meaning. Delta is now moving. That's good news. Mr. Professor says today WestJet had a rejected takeoff because they got an alert a door was open. Was it too warm inside that somebody did somebody want a breather? Well, as long as it is an alert and it's not actually a door open. Did one of the doors actually opened or open? Did they open? Or was it just a false alarm? Now, question is, what's it going to do? Looks like it is continuing to the threshold. In the meantime, more arrivals here. More arrivals to leave. Hadimat, goedemorgen. Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin. BA City Flyer to London City. They do all seem to be going to the threshold, and they seem to be leaving in the order of appearance. Another Embraer 190 to Stavanger is also behind the City Flyer. Okay, they did spend a lot of time on the side of the runway. Bill says the unruly passenger has been lashed down for takeoff, so it was an attempt at opening the door? Crazy people. Makes you wonder what goes through the mind of somebody doing that. Why do you want to jeopardize yourself and all other people on board? Pierre, good morning. Right, so after a little delay, Delta Airlines Flight 161 now lined up and first to leave. Going to Minneapolis, Minnesota, November 504 Delta November is its registration. She's already 7 years old, first flight November 2017. Let's look and listen and see if she'll succeed in taking off. Doesn't seem to be having any problems on takeoff. Ah, Craw! Russell has arrived. He says hi to the viewers. Russell Crowe, over there, just arrived on the scene. He just now said, if you guys are enjoying the stream, you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Make sure to subscribe if you want to support the channel, reach a wider audience for free. More birds in the water. The duckies have awoken. Nice. That's 3 of them. Another crow crew member over there. Right. Who haven't we seen yet? The Grebes. Greaves still missing. Bacon Boo, good morning. Paper Chase, good morning. And welcome to the show, others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan. Now in use as 36 left. Departures to the north, parallel departures. Center runway also in use. Winds are expected to change. Right now they're blowing from the east. They might switch to southeast later, and that means that this runway might start being used for arrivals later in the day. Whether or not we are going to witness the transition from departures to arrivals, I don't know yet. That's also why I left my stream title somewhat more generic. Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland. The EIDVL is coming. A320, 14 years old, first flight April 2011. And you can see in the background it's starting to get busy here. Big picture wise, it is beautiful Cavoquet weather. Classical Cavoquet weather with not a cloud to be seen. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east where the wind is blowing from. This is looking to the south. It is a bit windy though. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Currently looks like so. Bit of horizontality, but also still quite a bit of verticality in the chimney smoke. BA City Flyer up next. BA City Flyer to London City. British Airways flight 8496. Embraer 190 long range. 13 years old. Airborne already. First flight April 2012. Hadi Henk, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Peter says in Dutch, the sun is shining, be glad with a little bit of wind. I am glad with a little bit of wind. It's more than a little bit of wind. I'm still standing here with goosebumps. To me it's still a bit chilly. Bill says that they probably would have returned to the gate if it were a passenger, so yeah. Systems reset. And then up and away again. Thijs, goedemorgen. Demi, goedemorgen. Paper Chase says, I'm learning Dutch. Ik drink het sap. That's a phrase I know. I drink is just like in English without a T, mate. Almost nailed it. I'm drinking the juice. Ik drink het sap. But the drink is without a T, just like in English. You drink, she drinks, that's with a T. Jij drinkt, zij drinkt. This is an EasyJet A320neo to Bristol. Cheaters Lane. Hey Jolanda, goedemorgen. Alright, it's a bit busy. Let's have a look. We have a 7879 Dreamliner that is now lined up. EasyJet, KLM, 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 Air Baltic, KLM flight 639 to San Diego, relatively new flight that just began a couple of weeks ago, I think. This is the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Mike. 7-year-old airplane, first flight August 2017. Hey Gerrit, alles goed? Jou ook? Oh, and a duck with 2 ducklings. Where's that a grebe? It's more than 2, isn't it? 3? 4? 4. Yeah, mama duck and 4, no, 5. 4 or 5, right? Ducklings. Nice. Nice to see. Next up is going to be EasyJet, the Person-Chester. All the airplanes that are queuing up here seem to be taking off from the threshold, so in the order of appearance. Good morning, Ray, and good morning to all others. This is EasyJet flight 22162 to Person-Chester. This is not Jesus, but Joseph. Not Joseph, but Joseph. It is a 14-year-old A320. First flight was in March 2011. Embraer 190 KLM to Kristiansand in the background. Next to leave, and after that a 777-200 to Houston in Texas. Peter, morgen. KLM leaving, Delta arriving. This is KLM flight 1185 to Kristiansand. Embraer 190, Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Delta is the registration. 16-year-old airplane, first flight April 2009, and the airplane behind it is KLM flight 661. Interestingly, more horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke right now. Last time we checked the meter, the temperature was, what was it, 16, 17, 18 degrees or so? 18 degrees already. Well, feels much cooler with the wind blowing constantly. But that's okay, because it is going to get more warm here. Temperatures in the south might exceed 30 C. That's 90 F. So we are going to get warm weather here today. This is KLM flight 661 to Houston, Texas, 777-200 the PHBQB, Bravo, Quebec, Bravo. Hey there, Abhishek, good morning, mate. Good morning, Doug. Zigosar, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan in use now to the north for departures as runway 36 left. We might get to see a runway change later in the show. Wind is now blowing from the east and is expected to turn further to the south. Let's see, this is the meter that was pasted in the ticker, and a refresh after verification that I am human says that the wind is already ever so slightly turning a bit further to the south. 19 degrees C is now the temperature. The TAF says that later in the day the wind is expected to turn even further to the south, and I'm expecting a runway change come at that point. It says here around 2 o'clock, so I'm not sure that we are going to see the runway change in the stream, but I am prepared for it. Could be. I'll update the meter in the ticker in a moment. First up, KLM flight 1231 to Gothenburg, PHBXD, Bravo X-ray Delta. Stoof, goedemorgen. We still have a queue of airplanes here. With new airplanes arriving here at the Polderbaan to leave by the minute. Time for an Air Baltic. And in the meantime, a Widebody just now took off from center, Dreamliner. Air Baltic to Tallinn next. And I also think I see another Air Baltic. Yeah, that's the special, isn't that the Latvian flag livery? Special livery coming this way. This is Air Baltic flight 858 to Tallinn. Yankee Lima, Charlie Sierra Hotel is the registration. A220-300 Bombardier C-Series. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2017. Combo shot with its special livery sibling in the background. Hey there, Split Scimitar, good morning. It does look like the Widebody is going to leave before the Air Baltic will. Let me see if I can make it over to the laptop. Replace the meter. Still okay, just the wind and the temperature that have changed. I'm not expecting significant changes otherwise. Alrighty, KLM flight 749 is what we are looking at. It's going to go to Bogota, that's in Colombia, and that is right next to. It's the PHBKK Bravo Kilo Kilo 78710 Dreamliner. 4 years of age. First flight was in December 2020. is showtime. Wings as it gains more speed, climbing up higher and higher, flexing, flexing, flexing. You can see it happening. Absolutely lovely to see. You can just see the wing shape and angle changing as it is taking off. Good morning, Sefula, Guido, Mizom, and all others. Beautiful sunny day here at Schiphol Airport, as you guys can see. Blue skies all over. BA, flight 429 to London Heathrow. A320, and this is the Dewey. It's a Dewey. Golf Echo Uniform Juliet. 22-year-old airplane, first flight October 2002. The Air Baltic is still in Cheaters Lane. I'm wondering when it is going to leave. It does seem to be moving now, so thinking maybe now. Right, cheater in Cheaters Lane, Air Baltic to Riga. And behind it, a KLM A321neo. Air Baltic on the left will leave first, obviously. Air Baltic flight 618 going to Riga. It is in the Estonian flag livery. Yankee Lima Charlie Sierra Juliet is the registration. 6 years old, first flight June 2018. And it certainly is windy here, Mizam. Absolutely it is. Wind is blowing from the east right now. Indeed, Thijs, they forgot to paint the engine covers. With all their special liveries, they forgot to do that. More often than not, it doesn't look that good. Time for KLM flight 1031 to be leaving. A321neo going to Persenchester. This is the Phax C, Phax-C. First flight of this airplane was in November last year, so that is approximately half a year old. I think I'm also seeing the arrivals to runway 24 just now. An airplane turning in, seems to be going now downwind to runway 24. Hey there, Platon, who is tuning in all the way from Moldova. Welcome to the show, mate. Hope you'll enjoy it here. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already and you want to support the channel, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It is a free and easy way to help this channel reach a wider audience of like-minded aviation enthusiasts who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Next up, KLM flight 1293 to Billund, that's a 737-700. I also see something with a wider frame coming this way. Delta A330. That's going to get loud, undoubtedly. First, dropping off bills in Billund, this 737-700. Another Dreamliner. Having taken off from center. Hey there, Guy, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. Many people are watching. I'll happily answer your questions. This is KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland, the PHBXA Bravo X-ray Alpha. 26 years old already. First flight was in January 1999. And after that, Delta, the first Delta A330 of the show, Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York, JFK. Delta Airlines flight 47, and for a brief moment I thought I heard GE90s being started at the main platform area. The wind is blowing from the main platform area this way, so you can hear things happening over there better than ever. This is the November 810 November Whiskey. 20-year-old airplane, first flight May 2005. Okay, they are retracting the gear. For a moment I thought I was going to see a hot shoe issue with Delta. the answer is no. It does look like there is a quad squad control coming this way. Is that a Lufty 747? It almost looks like it. If I had to call it, I'd be inclined to say it is a Lufty 747. Good morning, Made in Australia, Nele, Flight Radio, Ian, Stevo, it's me Mike, good morning. It's me Mike asks if I also watch the series about Schiphol on the streaming platform Videoland. I don't have Videoland and I don't watch any other TV than the news, mate. Don't have time for that. Delta Airlines flight 143 going to Bill J's hometown of Seattle in a moment, but this is first Ryanair. Hey, Sarah also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome back, Sarah. Sander, goedemorgen. Right. This is Delta Airlines flight 143, which will be leaving for Seattle, Washington, in November 436 Delta X-ray. And this is a brand new airplane. First flight April 2025, so absolutely one of the latest. And the control was indeed a Lufty 747. Thank you, Buzz and Yillard. Vancouver to Frankfurt, there you go. This is Delta Airlines flight 143. Underway to Bill J. Very new airplane and still super slow with retracting the gear. Blue Dice, good morning. Rosie Groovy, good morning. Louis, good morning. Welcome to the show, guys. Bird control also present, and we have Norwegian now at the threshold, which is going for Copenhagen, going to Copenhagen in a moment. Good morning, Louis. Good morning, Carmelo. More sound effects. This is the Surge. Sierra Echo Romeo Tango Sierra. Max 8737. Also brand new. First flight was in March this year. SAS A320 Neo to Copenhagen after that. So 2 airplanes back to back to Copenhagen. Interesting. Now the contrail passing by over there. And another one up in the sky over there, that's further south of me. This is SAS flight 552 to Copenhagen. It's an A320neo. Hey Redwick, good morning. The A320neo is 8 years old. First flight was in November 2016. If I recall correctly, QJ said that there is a KLM 747 expected to leave for Hong Kong. Estimated time of departure 5 minutes to 11. Is there something happening at the cargo apron already, or is it still all dark? If that airplane is actually going to leave, I hope it will leave between 11 and 11:40. Because then the center runway will close and it will be departures through the Polderbaan only. Oh, estimated departure 2:55. Right, so that's out of the scope of today's show then. It's always the same with those cargo airplanes, isn't it? Those departure times and arrival times almost never are actually happening. Almost never. So yeah, while we're waiting for the next airplanes, let's see what the METAR is doing. The wind is now 14 knots and is still blowing directly from the east, so perpendicular to the runway heading. Still okay, 19 degrees C. It's not warming up very rapidly. The wind makes it actually a bit cool to the touch here when you're standing in a t-shirt and shorts like I am. Parallel departure still in progress. Come 11, the center runway is going to close. Alsmeerbaan is going to open up a secondary runway for arrivals, and maybe we will see a runway use change later in the day, since the wind is expected to become more southeasterly later in the day. And with that wind, they will usually resort to using this runway for arrivals. No transponders active on the cargo area, boss says, so there you go. In the background we have, well, not yet, but now you can see it from the left, a Widebody going to Quito, and we also have a cheater on cheater's lane. I'm quickly pasting the new weather report in the ticker for you guys, and then back to the camera. This is KLM flight 1753 to Hamburg. Hamburgers. Whoa. Embraer 190. 9 years old. First flight December 2015. Big picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, things look like this. Morning, folks. Looking to the east, departure of a Widebody from center 777. And looking to the south, things look like so. We have a wide body of our own lined up over there at the threshold. This is KLM flight 751 going to Quito, and you know where that lies, right? You're goddamn right. It's a PHBQH Bravo Quebec Hotel. 777-200 20 years old, first flight September 2004. Good morning, Mark. Ren, good morning. Rene, good morning. And welcome to the channel. Kelly, good morning. Hans, good morning. Veldi, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. KLM Asia is flying to Quito. Fidel Castro has arrived on the scene here, hunting for Pinky in the Brain. The hands are off the camera. The bird is hovering perfectly still. In the meantime, KLM flight 605 is approaching. Going to San Francisco, 78710. Looks like they are going to close the centered runway sometime soon, because I do see that KLM flight 591 is already crossing the centered runway without taking the detour. And it should become visible over there in a moment. KLM flight 591 is going to go to Johannesburg in South. Peter, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Maria says that we have crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for the support, guys. Hope you guys are all enjoying the show. If you are and you haven't already and you want to support the channel, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It is a free and easy way to help this channel reach a wider audience. More people that will join in the chat means more fun. Don't know if you guys can hear it. I'm definitely hearing a GE90 being started. Unmistakably, that's a GE90. The wind is of course blowing from the east, blowing all the noises from the main platform area this way. Henk asks when the Zonnebroek runway will reopen. That's usually around 11:40. 11 until 11:40, one runway for outbound traffic, and that will also happen again between 1 and 2 p.m. So everything leaving now in the next 40 minutes will come to the Polderbaan, if all is well. This is KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. 78710 Dreamliner, the PHBKO, Bravo Kilo Oscar. Brand new airplane. First flight November last year. Okay guys, have you seen Flight Radar and have you seen what is all coming this way? sit back and relax, because we are going to get a nice exodus of quite a few wide bodies. This is KLM flight 591 already approaching here, going to Johannesburg. Delta over there, Delta Airlines flight 57. There's an SAS behind it. Another Delta is coming this way, Delta Airlines flight 73, that one that we already saw on the platform with the transponder on, now on the move. Going to Atlanta, that's an A350, the third of the show. Hadi Rolf, goedemorgen. Yannick, goedemorgen. Yannick asks if the Polderbaan is going to close. Well, not anytime soon. Right. Hey there, Luke. Kenner Chef Chris. Idris, good morning. This is KLM flight 591 going to Johannesburg South. It's the PHBVD. It used to be Marissa's beloved. It used to be in the SkyTeam livery, but since a few months it is back in the KLM standard livery. PHBVD, 15 years old already, first flight August 2009. Hey there, Mark. Morning, mate. Good to see you again. So yeah, it is actually a windy day here today. Wind is not going to slow down. It is actually expected to pick up a little bit, but also to turn a bit further to the south. At which point I am expecting a runway use change. This is Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. It is an A330neo, the November 402 Delta X-ray. 6-year-old airplane, first flight May 2019. 2019 is already 6 years ago. How time flies. Mark, good morning. Hendrik, goedemorgen. Good morning. Now I'm also getting breaking news on the NOS the NOS app, the Dutch, one of the Dutch biggest, the Netherlands' biggest news websites, and it's indeed confirming a passenger airplane crashed at an airport near in India. Let's see, what does it say? Oh wow, footage. Yeah, 787 Dreamliner. Big smoke plumes near the airfield. Estimations about how many people were on board differ between 133 and almost 250 passengers. Wow. That's heavy. Now, and in the meantime, I see that Malky has returned to the chat and went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Malky, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Malky if you are one of the 5 recipients of his gifted memberships just now. You have 32 custom emojis at your disposal now for a month. Be sure to use them and have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to Malky. And Malky, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. 5 new members courtesy of you. That was Delta Airlines flight 57, and now it is time for the 3rd Delta A350 of the show. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, the November 570 Delta Zulu. 8 years old, first flight September 2016. Hey daar Daapje, goedemorgen. Oh, tractor coming through. Here at Schiphol, always something happening with respect to agriculture all year round. Martin also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Marcel, goedemorgen. René, goedemorgen. Next airplane is Sun Express flight 1445 to Konya, 737-800. The airplane 8 years old, first flight April 2017. Not sure if you guys can also pick it up on the mic. Definitely am hearing another airplane starting its engines. It sounds like GE90s to me. Good morning, Eric. Good morning, the cat. Good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Used for departures at the moment. Wind blowing from the east. Might change to southeast later in the day. At which point the runway use might also get changed and they'll maybe start using it for arrivals. For now it is still the primary runway for departures and right now the only runway. Until approximately 11:40 all outbound traffic from Schiphol Airport will be departing through this runway. Hans' favorite is next, Vueling to Alicante, flight 1376. That's an A320. First flight, April 2013. The airplane is 12 years old, therefore. And in the background, Delta Airlines flight 237 to Tampa, Florida. That's an A330-300. Delta Airlines flight 237 to Tampa, November 822 November Whiskey, the registration. It's an A330-300. And it is in the minority. If you see what airplanes we have seen from Delta today, it's been mostly A350s and A330neos. Slowly but surely, the A330-300 also becoming a dying breed, even at Delta. 10-year-old airplane, first flight April 2015, so not that old yet. Always so slow with retracting the gear. The A330s, the A330neos. Right. Next up, American Airlines. Going to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Hadi Berend, goedemorgen. Luc, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others. KLM 737-800 to Stockholm is also coming this way. Next airplane after that, KLM flight 1799 to Düsseldorf. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru, 777 is also coming this way. United flight 21 to Houston is also coming this way. And I also see that Singapore Airlines is on the move. That is good news. I will happily do another airplane dance at 1,000 likes, but it doesn't look like we will get nowhere near it today. Was nice while it lasted. American Airlines over there. Flight 221. And here, the finish line. The makeshift racetrack that they have made here. Right, American Airlines will be leaving pretty soon. In the meantime, over here, Daisy, but without the ducklings. This is American Airlines flight 221 to Dallas. November 807 Alpha. Alpha is the registration. 9-year-old airplane, first flight July 2015. Looks like we missed out on a fat contrail, but it looks like it was a twin jet and not a quad squad member. Next airplane to leave is KLM Flight 1219 to Stockholm. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Lima is the registration. 24-year-old airplane, first flight September 2000. KLM Embraer 175 to Düsseldorf will be leaving after that. That's already over there. And this is a 777-300ER, which will be leaving for Lima in Peru pretty soon. Looks to be the third departure here for now. Ah, check it out, here she is. Right in the vicinity, absolutely beautiful. Isn't that sweet? Daisy duck and 5 little ducklings. Absolutely beautiful. Right, in the meantime, this is KLM Flight 743 777-300ER. We'll be going to Lima in Peru, and that is right in the vicinity of Slime is indicating that there is a Dreamliner passing overhead. I was already seeing it. Just passed by in my zenith. Oh, that's the camera already dropping. That's the counterbalance that is pushing it down a little. Here we go, KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru, 777-300 Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Victor. Brief cameo of the airplane to Düsseldorf that we missed while filming Daisy. TUI Dreamliner going to Bonaire, flight 3901. That is a 7878 Dreamliner, Belgian registered, the OOJDL. I hope it's going to get a bit warmer. Still standing here with goosebumps and have been all the while since I've begun streaming. And with wind it is actually a bit chilly if you're standing here in just a t-shirt and shorts. Then again, I'm not complaining, it is beautiful weather, KVK. With the incessant wind, it is a bit chilly. This is TUI flight 391 going to a warm destination called Bonaire. Belgian registered Dreamliner. JDL. Is 11 years old. First flight was in November 2013. Bombardier C-Series 300 to Sofia from Bulgaria is also coming this way. Should be next to leave. Right now this is the only runway for outbound traffic. It's expected to stay so until approximately 11:40 local time. And then from 11:40 until approximately 1 o'clock, 2 runways once again for outbound traffic. Still expecting the center runway to open up as secondary runway come 11:40. That is usually the runway use with wind from the south. And let's see, where's the A220? Probably right behind the... Yeah, that's already SAS, so I think it is... Oh yeah, there it is. I was about to say behind the fire station. Luana, goedemorgen. Christophe, good morning. Midvi has to go. Thanks for joining, Midvi. Captain Eddie Bosch, good morning. Lance, good morning. Hey there, Ange, good morning. Wietse, goedemorgen. Tony, good morning. Bulgaria going to Sofia. Will be leaving from the runway threshold. It is continuing, it's not taking Cheater's lane. Let's also have a quick look at the weather, see what it has been doing. Don't think a lot has changed. The wind speed will probably be a bit further to the south. Maybe also, no, still from the east, still 12 knots, temperature 20 degrees C, roughly 70 F. Not much to write home about. Wind is expected to turn a bit further to the southeast as the day progresses. Later in the afternoon we might get to see a runway use change then. Wouldn't be surprised if later in the day this runway will start being used for arrivals. Right now it's still used for departures. This is Bulgaria flight 462 to Sofia. The LZ ROM, read-only memory. 2-year-old airplane, first flight June 2023. Good morning Ryan, Tony, good morning. Duco, goedemorgen, good morning. Hey there Paul, good morning mate, welcome back. And apparently we just broke through 400 likes. Thank you all so much. That's 40% on the way to an airplane dance. Which I would be highly surprised if we were to reach that today. But you never know. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't dropped a like yet, consider doing so if you want to help this channel for free. Help us reach a wider audience. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do that to support the channel. This is SAS Flight 556, which will be leaving for Stockholm momentarily. A320neo, ISIG is the registration. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2018. Felix, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 right, and at the moment the only runway in use for outbound traffic. And this is the first 767 of the show coming this way. United Flight 21 to Houston. Martin says, given it is a bit chilly, maybe do a dance at 500 likes to get warmer. Nah, I'm not going to give them away so easily. If you want me to be your dancing Muppet, you gotta give me that love. 1K is the bare minimum. You need to have standards in life, Martin. This is definitely one I am holding a high standard for. Now, in the meantime, Chris Coot is over here. Seems to be eating some water. Nom 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 nom. Tasty water, nice and crunchy. They've definitely mown the lawn, as you can see. Now they need to do it on this side as well. But yeah, history repeats itself. We were standing here this time of year last year as well, and nothing happened. Municipality of Haarlemmermeer is not very proactive in doing this. Raven Rock also back in the chat, good to see ya. And Yellowt is letting us know that there is a privileged stall A330-200 to Madrid on the way. Nice. Olaf also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Michael, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Of course it is, Martin, and I appreciate the input. Xanders, goedemorgen. Good morning. So, 767 300 to Houston in Texas, November 660, Uniform Alpha, United Flight 21. If you're thinking, is it windy? The answer is yes, it is. It is most certainly windy. Air Oink Oink is going to Antalya, but it's Avion Express. Interesting. Air Oink Oink flight 5016. Registration Lima Yankee November Victor Echo. Is that Bulgarian registered? Daan, goedemorgen. John, good morning. De Frans, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. Right, membership birthday by Martin Air. I'm quickly glancing at my laptop screen, not seeing anything automated popping up, so still doing it manually then. Martin, thank you so much for your continued support. Raar maar waar, strange but true, 19 months we are watching AMS, he writes. Mate, thank you so much for the support, for the kind words. I hope everything is still to your liking. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Martin. Upwards and onwards. A few more months and you'll be turning blue. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for your support, Martin. Air Oink Oink. And is that a... Oh, that's the... Yeah, that's the Air Europa privilege style A330 coming next. Right, so Avion Express flying on behalf of Pegasus. Air Oink Oink. A320, 12 years old, first flight January 2013. After that, privilege style, yeah, can already see it. Just cleared the fire station here. Morning, Big Mike. Martien, goedemorgen. Niels, hi hi. Let's have a look. Privilege style up next. Flying on behalf of Air Europa to Madrid, an A330-200. If Michael were in the chat, but I don't think he is. He is going to have a good day. Cheeky CRJ in Cheaters Lane. CRJ flight 2303 from Lufthansa to Munich. This is Dagny. Dagny is 16 years old. First flight was in June 2009. Next up, Air Europa flight 1098, operated by Privilege Style. Going to Madrid, A330-200, 12 years old, first flight March 2013. Registration Echo Charlie November Zulu Juliet. Alan, what is up, mate? Good to see you, mate. Just woken up, you lazy bollock. Kawairashi is asking if that is a private jet A330. It isn't, but you can lease it if you are an airline company and are in short supply of airplanes. Privilege Style also sometimes rents out airplanes to KLM. We have seen an A320 flying KLM flights to Madrid, I think. So it is a rental company. But it does look, the livery does look like it is a private jet, doesn't it? Hey Bob, also back in the chat. Good evening, mate. Welcome back. Alrighty. Seems I need to do some inputting before Singapore is arriving. Let me see if I can save the mods some work. Setting. There we go. Community moderation. Blocked word. Crash. There we go. Let's see if that works. Everybody is repeating the news. We all know, we have seen it, we have heard it. If all is well, the word crash is now a forbidden word, and everybody who uses it, those messages will be blocked. Hopefully that'll save Paul and Maria some time to focus on other things. Time for Singapore Airlines. Flight 323. Pretty airplane. Pretty livery, going to Singapore, the 9 Victor SMO. See if I can quickly add crashed with ED as well to it. Just thinking That might also be useful. Keep those in regardless. Of course, that's a pity for those who want to talk about computers crashing, but gotta take the bitter with the sweet. Right, the word crash and crashed with ED now blocked words will automatically not show the messages containing those words. There we go. Right, it is time for another 767. This is another Unitet. This is going to Washington. The November 649 Uniform Alpha. 32 years old, first flight July 1992. Hey there, Yusuf, Patrick, Antwerp, good morning guys. Now it is time for JetBlue to Boston, Massachusetts. Sarah, it's coming home. A321neo, flight 632. The November 4048 Juliet. This airplane is 3 years old, first flight June 2021. Jesse asks if I have a stream planned on Monday, and the answer is no. The weather seems to be good in the upcoming days, so I'm planning to do my regular schedule of streams on Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. This is JetBlue, an A321neo, 3 years old, first flight June 2021. Coming home to Sarah. Daniela, good morning. Tuning in from the Czech Republic in Prague, welcome. You can do that, absolutely, Daapje. If you want to annoy the moderators, maybe risk timeouts or bans, continue with what you're doing, absolutely. Test their patience, but be warned. In the meantime, Daniela, thank you so much for your super sticker. Shiba Dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Well, we certainly notice you, Daniela. Thank you so much for the support, much appreciated. Hope you're enjoying the show, hope everybody is. If you are liking what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It is a free and easy way to help this channel reach a wider audience. More people like you guys, people who like to joke around and also have fun looking at airplanes taking off and landing. Brian, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Wietse, goedemorgen. Huh? Wietse says, see pure accident, fire brigade on their way to C5. Oh dear. It's not Friday the 13th, is it? No. Thijs indicating two 747s behind each other now. Yeah, there were a couple of 747s coming in. Unfortunately, the runway use has not changed yet, so... And they are... Well, one is on the glide slope already, the other one is going to be on the glide slope pretty soon. Runway 24. No, not runway 24, runway 06. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of them. While we are waiting for the traffic, it does look like the first 747 is now also first to arrive here and ought to become visible over there pretty soon. In the meantime, we are... Oh yeah, it's two back-to-back. Or is it? Well, I can't see. I just have the 747s filtered. Oh, and you're right. I was saying it jokingly, but it is actually the 13th tomorrow. It is Friday 13th tomorrow. Yeah. Cargo Lux, flight 2613, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in right behind it should be Saudia, still at a respectable distance. I think we might be able to catch the departure of this 8220 first. This is Croatia Airlines flight 451 to Zagreb. 9 Alpha Charlie Alpha India is the registration. Oh, speaking of India. First flight December 2024, brand new airplane. Bombardier C-Series 300, aka 8220. Right, quick pan back. Hope you guys didn't get nauseous. Tom flies tomorrow on Friday the 13th. Mate, all the accidents and bad stuff in aviation seem to be already happening today, so I think all the bad luck is already done happening by the time you will be boarding that airplane. No worries, mate. All the bad stuff is already happening today. We're awaiting Saudia cargo arriving from Jeddah, which should become visible pretty soon. There it is. Flight 933, 5 hours and 28 minutes on the way now. The 9H Alpha Kilo Foxtrot. It looks like it might be a converted 747-400, or am I wrong? It looks like that two-story part is relatively long. I'm thinking, is that that used to be a passenger airplane? I think it might have been. Next airplane to leave here is TUI flight 367, which is leaving for Willemstad, Curaçao. Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Kilo is the registration. That's a 7878 Dreamliner, one of the initial 3. Little joke, a lot of you have heard it already before, I've said it before. It's a little inside joke from TUI with a joke to KLM. Since they were the first carrier in the Netherlands to take to receive the Dreamliners, the first 3, they have the last letters of the registrations are KLM. So it's the Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot, and then it's K, L and M. In the meantime, a warm welcome to Level. Level just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence and for your support. You now have all the 32 custom emojis at your disposal. By all means, and that goes for all members, use the custom emojis as much as you want. You are not allowed to spam in the chat, but you are allowed to use custom emojis the way you want them to. Get creative with them. I implore you, do so. They're there for a reason. To have fun with. Welcome Level, and thank you for the support. TUI flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. Huh? The automated message worked? Hey, okay. So the automated message for a new member worked. Now if only there was somebody whose membership got expired and that they renewed, because I have 3 automated alerts. The membership celebrations are not yet working. Apparently the new membership does work. Awesome, I have to watch back and see then. It's 11:45, isn't it? Yeah, so 11:45 local time. What did it look like, guys? Did it look okay? I have to see for myself, of course, during replay when I get back home. If that is working, then maybe I can also use the AI to look into that code and maybe use that to get the other one working as well. Looked totally normal. Looked as if you did it manually. Excellent, excellent. Alright, so new members automated. Awesome. Happy to see that finally AI is able to help me with something. Excellent. And Martijn is at the panorama terrace and is looking at what is happening at the sea pier. Many firefighters are at the scene. Awesome. Well, not awesome. I'm talking about awesome with respect to the automation that the alert was working. So I have 3 alerts. New members, membership renewals, and membership birthdays. Now, the latter doesn't seem to be working yet. New members does seem to be working. Since I use that as input for membership renewals, I am thinking that whenever somebody who was once a member before, whether it was gifted or not, if they become a member again, that should also be automatically working. We'll just see. Ryan asks if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I am, but I don't know yet what the runway use is going to be like, and I don't know yet where I will be going to. So I don't know yet if I will be able to catch your departure. I'm also thinking about what time of day should I be going out. Mornings is easiest. And again, I also saw that we were able to draw in quite a crowd in later streams. And we crossed through 500 likes, halfway to the airplane dance then. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. It is 11:48. The runway is being inspected by the bird control. The center runway has opened up again. And that's Lufty flying out to Frankfurt. First departure from the center runway. So says, getting hot, hot, hot tomorrow. Well, if it is going to get hot, hot, hot like it is today, only now am I slowly... No, I'm looking at my arms. I'm still standing here with goosebumps. If you're standing at the Polderbaan with the wind like it is blowing today, it is actually cooler to the touch than it actually says so in the meter. It's a pity that Turkish A350 to Istanbul is now moving, because that is probably going to the center runway. Then again, we are able to see it from the side quite well from over here. I'm also happy to see that United and KLM are already crossing through the southern threshold of the center runway and are coming this way. United flight 71 to Newark, that's 777-200. KLM is a Dreamliner to Toronto. Hey, Chinese triple to Shanghai on the move. That's good news. That is usually an airplane that takes off from Polderbaan, since they are allowed to fly over China. A321 to Atirau is on the move, but I think that's probably going to go to the other runway. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston also on the move. Bob says we've got 13C here today. Over here it is 20, but with the wind it felt pretty cool. It is now starting to get better. United flight 71 to Newark is approaching, should become visible from the right not too long from now. Yeah, Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts seems to have been pushed back. Jesse asks, what determines the runway used? Noise? No, noise is not a relevant factor. Well, it is a relevant factor, but only a low priority consideration. The relevant thing is wind. That's the primary reason. Weather in general, but wind in particular. And also if there are showers in the vicinity and you can avoid using a certain runway that might lead you into or forces airplanes to go through showers, that is also a consideration. It's wind primarily. Of course, if a runway is closed for maintenance, like 0927 is now, that is also a relevant factor. Most of the time, based on the wind, you can already tell what runway use is going to be like. And B is greeting us from Istanbul. Good to see ya. That's the 777 from United, which will be going to Newark. The Chinese triple is also coming this way. Infinity, don't get started. So annoyingly, I can ban words, but moderators can still use banned words. We already know Infinity. Hadi Greet, goedemiddag. Bijna middag, almost afternoon. So, I think most people, at least here in the Netherlands, say afternoon when it is past 12 p.m. We start saying evening after 6 p.m. a lot of the times. And night, I don't know, after midnight or something. Is that the same everywhere, or are any of you living in countries where they use different times of day for the terms morning, afternoon, evening, night? All right. First departure, United. United flight 71 to Newark. 777-200 The November 216 Uniform Alpha. Right, interesting. Jesse says after 10. So from 6 till 10 in the is evening and then night until 6. Interesting. Hey there Dutchie XXL, thank you for the kind words. Goedemorgen. Still, yeah, just in the nick of time. Hey Patrick, goedemorgen. Right, it is time for United flight 71 to Newark. November 216 Uniform Alpha, 777-200 24 years old, first flight July 2000. Let's get loud. Status of the flap surfaces. Right, not so clean. Left, better. And apparently, interestingly, something going on with an airplane of Air France at the sea gate here at Schiphol Airport. Martijn is at the panorama terrace, I think he said. And he can see what is going on there. What is going on over here is that KLM flight 691 is already spooling up and coming this way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Charlie 7879 Dreamliner to Toronto in Canada. I think it looks like it has the new livery already with the deeper smile. Nose cone completely blue. Easier to replace. Just one shade of color necessary. Nodig. Required. Needed. 9-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. Status of the flap surfaces. Immaculate on both sides. That is KLM style. Carspotter NL, goedemorgen. Okay, where's the next airplane? Ah, that's the Chinese triple. Still next to the center runway, taxiing this way. In a few moments, a Chinese triple should appear. Join the Southern Cargo to Shanghai. The Bravo 20 Echo Mike. There it is. That's a 5-year-old 777 freighter. First flight February 2020. Howdy René, goedemorgen. Middag. Good afternoon. Let's see what else is coming this way. A BA Embraer to London City. KLM 737 to Bergen. The Turkish A350 is now about to line up on the center runway, so we should see that passing by in the background in a few moments. Let's see if we can catch its departure. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 to Istanbul. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts is also coming this way. Still at the threshold of the center runway. Interestingly, you can see that airplane in the background landing. That's going to runway 36 right. And I'm a bit surprised to see it is going there, since normally speaking, when there are two runways open for inbound traffic, for outbound traffic, only one is open for inbound traffic. I would have thought it would have been runway 06. Rob would like to be an official flap putzer. Cleaner of flaps. It does sound like an interesting opportunity to get close by those big airplanes, doesn't it? Vliegtuigkijkvrienden, which René used one time to win Scrabble or Word Feud, whatever it is, with. Nice. In the meantime, Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul is approaching. I think it is over there. A350 900 going to Istanbul in Turkey. In the meantime, the Chinese triple arriving on this side of the platform area. Flight 496 to Shanghai in China. So yeah, including this airplane, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the move to the Polderbaan, already having crossed the southern threshold of the center runway. In other words, relatively close by. BA and KLM following. And the next airplane after that, which should become visible, is already visible over there. That's Delta Airlines flight 243 leaving for Boston. China Southern Cargo, flight 496 to Shanghai in China. According to flight radar, taxiing with 14 knots of speed, now 15. It's accelerating. The Bravo 20 Echo Mike, 5 years old, first flight February 2020. And that is a landing on runway 06, or at least an airplane approaching. Hadi Bart, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for departures right now. Wind is blowing from the east. It's KLM weather and has been all the while. Beautiful weather. And this is China Southern Cargo going to Shanghai in China, a 777 freighter, 5 years old. Ready to get loud? John asks about the winds today. Good question. Let me take you through the METAR. So if you now look at the METAR, this is what I have pasted in the ticker, and this is the latest. 11 knots of wind. The wind is blowing from just a little north of east. Interesting to see that it has turned a little bit further to the north instead of to the south, which is what was expected. 11 knots of wind. The wind direction is variable between 040 degrees and 120 degrees. Temperature is 22 degrees C, 10 kilometers of visibility and more. No ceiling, CAV okay. Ceiling and visibility are okay. Means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of visual impediments. The wind direction variability 040V120, that's variable between 040 degrees and 120 degrees. The air temperature, the dew point, the air pressure 1017 hectopascals. In other words, stable weather, sunny, bit of wind. I'm also pasting it in the ticker for you guys, and then it is back to the camera controls because I do think that the next airplane has arrived on the scene to take off. Howdy Nico, and welcome to the channel. BA City Flyer to London City, Embraer 190. KLM Flight 1167 to Bergen, a 737-700. It's coming this way. The PH, BGF and one of the two remaining airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery, the Embraer 190 in the background. The other airplane is a 737-900. Parallel departures in progress. Center runway also open again until approximately 1 o'clock, and then between 1 and 2 o'clock the only runway once again open for departures. If they don't change runway use in the meantime, but by the looks of it they won't yet. It's going to be the Polderbaan. If they are going to use different runways, then they are probably going to change to the opposite and will start using this runway for arrivals. So either way, we will be seeing action here on this runway. That's the KLM Embraer 190 and SkyTeam livery, one of the two airplanes still left in KLM's fleet. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts, the November 414 Delta Zulu. It's an A330neo, 3 years old, first flight May 2022. Mrs. Professor has to sign off. Thank you for joining, Mrs. Professor. See you later and sleep well. Delta Airlines Flight 243 coming this way. Those flaps on the left look nasty. It's almost as if the iron got burnt or something. The metal got burned. Now the tail is in front of it, but that looked nasty. Yeah, it looked burnt, didn't it? I also thought that, RWY. But I wasn't the only one who thought he saw that. Monster Tube needs to go, need to learn for the test week. All the best, mate. Good luck with the test week and with learning. We'll see you again soon enough. Right. KLM Flight 1139 to Dublin, Ireland. And also, I am turning around the camera to see the next airplane that should become visible. One of my favorites. Beautiful airplane type, beautiful minimalistic livery. Indeed, boss, Delta does not seem to be having floppenpoetsers, cleaners of flap surfaces. Hadian, goedemiddag. Right. Nothing happening with the membership birthday? Yeah, no. So that one still I have to do manually, but I will happily do that because Jackie just returned into the chat and he is celebrating having turned blue. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Congratulations. Another doubly blue member, not just a mod but also a blue member. Mate, congratulations and thank you so much for all the support. Not only as a member, but also, of course, as a very valued moderator. Hope that both are still to your liking. Absolutely amazing, Jackie. Thank you so much and congratulations on reaching blue status, not just as a moderator, but now also as a member. The club is growing. And this is Finnair, the A350, going to bloody Helsinki. Is that also a special livery, I'm wondering? Bit hard to see. It is the Marimekko Kivet. It is. Nice. And we have crossed through 550 likes, Mario says. Thank you all so much for that, guys. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider adding to the likes, because it really helps to bring in new people. People like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Also a massive big thank you to Janos, who just now went ahead gifting 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylands new members. If you are one of the new members, don't forget to say thank you to Janos, and don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. They're there for a reason to be having fun with. Enjoy them. KLM number 175. Next up, Finnair. Marimekko Kivet. It's been a long time since we last saw it while alive, so always nice to see. We did see the Marimekko something earlier. That was an A330. That was not today, but not too long ago. That was the first time I ever saw that. We have seen this one more regularly. Finnair flight 1302 going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Now I'm not sure, Marimekko, was that a designer or something? I'm also seeing something from the right at an odd angle. That is the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard. Is that on a direct approach to runway 04? Looks like it might be. Well, I have dynamic image stabilizer enabled. For those of you wondering, the footage is pretty shuddery. That has to do with wind. Still pretty windy, and also the angle of the wind perpendicular to my camera, so large surface area that it can hold on to. Marimekko Kivet stones, Katja says. And what are those? Marimekko is a textile company. Ah, I didn't know that, Carl. So you can buy bed sheets with polka dots and they're from Marimekko or something. Hey there, Duns. And Ronald asks if Cathay Pacific is going to take off from Polderbaan. It probably isn't, since it is now once again parallel departures until approximately 1 o'clock. So unless Cathay will leave after 1 o'clock, answer is probably not. So this is the Finnair A350 flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. The OHLWL Marimekko Kivet livery. 7-year-old airplane, first flight August 2017. The airplane after that is KLM flight 1305 to Gdansk in Poland. Now this is number 175. Well, Duns, to be honest, I am actually a little bit cold. I have been standing here with goosebumps all the while now. Standing here in a t-shirt and in shorts, but the constant wind that is blowing over here actually makes it pretty cool to the touch. I am doing well otherwise. Though I have to say that the weather that we had last week was also not too bad with the wind. Crosswinds always well for viewers, the number of views. The wind is actually still a bit cold, I agree. Then again, it is going to get warmer and warmer and warmer, so savor the moment. KLM flight 1305, Embraer 175 to Gdansk, the PHEXI. Should have brought a vest with me, Wesley. A vest would have been better. I was overly enthusiastic and thought, well, they predict temperatures towards 30 C, so it's probably going to warm up pretty rapidly. It is warming up though. It is 20 degrees C, but still with the wind. If there were no wind, it would have been too warm, so it's never good, is it? Anyway, I'm not complaining. I'm getting a suntan. Being out here, doing something I like doing. The weather is nice, always makes me cheerful, the sun being out. Embraer 175 to Gdansk in Poland. KLM flight 1305, 8-year-old airplane, first flight July 2016. Hey there, bobbers, good to see you again, mate. Okay, so any airplanes coming this way anytime soon? It doesn't seem to be the case. Oh wait, another Chinese triple to Guangzhou is coming this way. Has just cleared the southern threshold of the center runway. Hey there, Talita, goedemiddag. Who happened to run into this stream by accident, and that is exactly why I am imploring everybody who is liking the stream and want to contribute to the channel to like and subscribe, because it is a free and easy way to help people like Talita who have discovered this channel by accident to get this channel promoted to them. There are some heavy hitters now on the move. Not all of them are coming this way. The KLM 777 to Mumbai is taking off from center, but the Chinese triple is coming. And I do see that there are two A330s from Delta and KLM coming this way. Delta A330 Neo to New York JFK. And KLM with an A330-300 to Willemstad Curaçao. They're both coming this way. They are still on the far side of the main platform area, so they aren't going to be here anytime soon. I also see that Air Canada flight 809 just popped up on the platform, so that's probably going to get pushed back pretty soon. Mind you, by the time they're here, we are another 10 minutes in. Dapje asks, if it is getting warmer tomorrow, will you be wearing your Mancini? I have no idea what a Mancini is. I don't know what it is, so I probably won't have one in my possession. So the answer is most likely no. Mancini. Absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Hey, Jin is also back in the chat. Good day to you too, mate. Welcome back. Ah, okay. That's new. I'm probably still going to be cold tomorrow. Another benefit of losing body fat is that you do get cold more easily and are more resistant to heat. zwempak. No, don't have that in my possession, so unable to wear it. In the meantime, some narrow bodies are taking off here from center, and Daisy just awaking from a little nap here. Oh, and sitting down. Time for more napping. Lovely day to be a duck and just be chilling in the grass. I'm also seeing, is that a tractor or is that a forklift? Looks like a forklift of sorts. Not sure why that is there. There are some haystacks or something over there, but not sure if that the presence of the forklift is coincidental. The Chinese triple to Guangzhou is making its way over. On the left you can see BA flight 431 to London Heathrow. After which we ought to see an Embraer 175 from KLM, and that should be going to Inverness. Alright, so 777-300 to Mumbai is now lined up on the threshold of the centered runway. KLM flight 877. We're still waiting for the triple to arrive here on the threshold of the Polderbaan, so let's have a look and see if we can film the departure of the KLM 777 to Mumbai. I think we ought to see it over there behind the trees when it does get moving. And it seems to be moving now. Yep, there it is, KLM flight 877 in the background. 777-300 taking off to Mumbai in India. PHBVP, Bravo Victor Papa. Hey there, Dave. Good afternoon, mate. Right, so the Chinese triple is arriving at the threshold and BA seems to be following suit. So too is the Embraer 175. So they're all going to take off from the threshold in the order of appearance. China Southern Cargo going to Guangzhou in China. The Bravo 223 Golf is the registration of this 777 freighter. It is 2 years old. The first flight was in March 2023, so a couple of months ago it turned to still a young one. And Jeff's OV chip card has expired. The public transportation card here in the Netherlands. Status of the flap surfaces? Well, it's self-explanatory, isn't it? No comment needed. BA flight 431 is next. That's going to go to London Heathrow. It's a BA A320. It's the GEOM. Golf Echo Uniform Mike. Airplane 22 years old. First flight November 2002. Bob says, I have a chip card from 2019. I was told they don't expire. I thought there was an expiration date on them already at the time you received them, but I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I used public transportation. Hey, congratulations, Adri. Adri just now wrote in Dutch that he got a call from his granddaughter who passed the exams at high school. Congratulations. And another flag with a backpack undoubtedly being hanged outdoors. If you drive through the Netherlands these days and you're wondering why are there so many flags out with backpacks on them, means that in that household a child has graduated from high school and is going to university or higher education. KLM 175 to Inverness in Scotland, flight 903. The wind is definitely not slowing down here yet. Hey, the France. Good afternoon, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan. Primary runway for departures. Not the only runway. Secondary runway is center. Means that parallel departures to the north are now taking place. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing, because that helps to reach a wider audience and you'll be helping for free. This is an E2 Embraer 195 going to NA according to Flight Radar. Not sure that it does. I think it's going to Edinburgh. KLM flight 927. The airplane a year old, hailing from 2024, the month not being specified on Flight Radar though. Jetstream Journeys is indicating that the A350-1000 from Cathay is online. But yeah, that is undoubtedly heading for the center runway unless they are going to depart after 1 o'clock. But it probably will not. It will probably leave before 1 o'clock, won't it? And we have crossed through 600 likes according to Maria. Thank you all so much for that. 60% of the airplane dance journey now behind us. Though if we are actually going to reach the 1k likes before the end of the stream remains to be seen, but that's okay. The offer stands and is continuing to stand for some time to come. If whenever we are live we are going to break through 1,000k likes, 1,000 likes while live, I will do another airplane dance for you. If there's one day where I would be happy to do it, it is today, because it is actually a bit chilly here with the wind. Even though the temperature is climbing, if there were no wind it would have been really warm. So I am happy with the wind, make no mistake. And another KLM Embraer 175. Also Widebody taking off from center. Is that Qatar? Where is it? There it is. Qatar cargo. Next up, KLM flight 1233, an Embraer 190 that goes to question mark. NA, not available. EasyJet flight 22516 is next. Now, if you are gluten intolerant, look away because this might give you the cramps. It is going to Celiac City, aka London Luton, and this is the Gesdur GEZDR. It's an A319. 16 years old, first flight October 2008. Ah, Göteborg is where it was going to. There you go. Hopefully no stomach cramps for you guys. EasyJet A320neo to Glasgow, next to take off. Before that, let me quickly go over to the computer and massively thank Dave Azer 10 for your super chat, mate. Have to go back to work. Have a great day today, mate. Thank you so much for joining us here. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you again in the next one. Hopefully tomorrow. Have a great day, mate, and thanks for stopping by, and of course for your super chat there. If you thought you saw a contrail in passing by, it was only a small one. So small, it's hard for me to see even. Two airplanes now lined up and one almost moving. E2 Embraer 195 in the foreground, Delta Airlines A330neo behind it. On the left we have KLM flight 1295 to Billund, E2 Embraer 195, the PH NXP. Kermit approves and he is laughing at us. Dag Jesse. André, goedemiddag. Hey George, goedemiddag, good afternoon. This is Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York, JFK. November 432 Delta X-ray is the registration. Rob says a Luton Intolerant t-shirt would be a big success in the shop. Now, that is precisely one of the things I still have lying around as a plan to work out. Make that happen, just like ground crew. Something similar to that. It is a bit of a niche market though, just catering to the British mostly, which is why I have postponed making work of it and have put more energy recently in automation and also maybe the sound effects a bit closer at hand during the stream. Delta Airlines flight 49 on its way to New York JFK, brand new airplane, first flight January this year, so really new, November 432 Delta X-ray. Next up, time for a loud KLM A330-300, which will be leaving for Willemstad, Curaçao. Already spooling up, it's the Fakka, and this is a loud motherfucker. PH aka KLM flight 735. And this Fakka is 13 years old, first flight was in February 2012. Hey there Cookie, and thank you whoever gifted Cookie the membership. Spotlessly clean flap surfaces as expected. Now, if I saw it correctly, and I'm pretty curious to see if I did, today there were going to be two play airplanes flying back to Iceland. And this is probably one of them. This is play flight 461. So ladies and gentlemen, members, time to make the chat bleed. Let's give it up for play flight 461 to Reykjavik in Iceland. It's an A320neo, the TFPPP, PPB, Papa Bravo. A 4-year-old airplane by now. September 2020 is when it first began flying, so in a couple of months it will turn 5. Air Canada is behind this airplane, a 7878 Dreamliner to Toronto. Showtime for play. Playtime for show. No, showtime for play. Stove needs resub but had done my groceries. Well, if you do, we might have a chance of being able to see if the other alert also works. Membership renewals. Already thrilled to see that one of the automated widgets has worked. We'll eventually find out if the other will too. Air Canada will have to wait a few moments because we have a cheater on cheater's lane that is going to take off first. And that is number 190 from KLM to Aalborg. German Airways with the dotted new livery. Hey there AJ, good to see you mate. Björn, good to see ya. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 leaving via center. Next up, Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto. 7878 Dreamliner. Already spooling up, 10-year-old airplane, first flight August 2014. Feels like wind is picking up. We had 14 knots of wind in the meter that I checked last time. We checked the meter. Let's have a quick look. It's getting more gusty here. Let's see, this is Britty Hopper going to Glasgow, flying on behalf of KLM. Embraer 170. Also a massive big thank you to AJ for your super sticker. Bear character stretching his arm forward and raising his thumb up, mate, much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. 11 knots of wind. I'm not sure that that is still accurate. A refresh tells us 12 knots and the wind is turning a bit further to the south as it was expected earlier already. Still cavalcade. Temperature has climbed to 23 C. It is the chilliest 23 C I have witnessed in a while. That's purely the wind. I'm sure if you're standing somewhere where there is no wind blowing, it is actually warm and comfy. Polderbaan, of course, one open field where you're constantly exposed to the wind. But with temperatures reaching upwards of 20 C, it is actually nice now to have a bit of refreshing wind. So Amelie is also back, currently studying for the last exam tomorrow. All the best with that, Amelie. Which subject will you be having an exam in tomorrow? Stove wonders what the red white blocked cone with flag is for. Well, honest answer, I don't know, but jokingly I think it is a makeshift racetrack for bird control. That if the live streamers of Schiphol are gone, bird control is using this strip of tarmac as a drag race strip and they are doing races. I think this is just the finish line. That to me is what makes sense the most. Any other explanation would just be silly. In the meantime, RT is tuning in from Serbia. Good afternoon, mate. Let's see, what have we got in store here? Just a 737 going to Birmingham. Over there. It is now 10 minutes to 1. If all is well, between 1 and 2 o'clock, we are going to see one runway open for outbound traffic again. I'm hoping it is still going to be the Polderbaan, but what was not available when I went out here and what has become available by now is of course an update of Bezoek Bus. Expected runway use, there are asterisks everywhere. And those asterisks say it can go either way. Yeah, so it basically says that the runway use depends on the wind. Right now in the last meter we saw that the wind was turning a little bit more to the southeast. If that continues, if that trend continues, it might mean that the runway is going to be used differently from what it has been up till now today. However, if I had to guess, I would say that from 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock they are still going to use the Polderbaan for departures. It might be that if in that hour the wind becomes more southeasterly, that the period after that, from 2 o'clock onwards, they are going to switch and maybe start using this runway for arrivals. Right now, I think it is not yet the case. W says Atlas 747 coming in over Haarlem. I am looking. What altitude is it flying on? Hey Monique, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. Queen King FX, good afternoon. Klaartje, goedemiddag. Leo also saying over Zandvoort. What altitude is it flying on? Going south 2,900 feet, so need to look lower than I was. So yeah, on paper I ought to be able to see it. It should be flying somewhere over there then, I suspect. I'm scanning the sky, but it's hard to see anything. Oh wait, got it. There it is. Oh, the shaking is terrible. Let's see, fixate the tilt axis just means I cannot go up and down without first unlocking it. And I need to zoom out then in order for you guys to be able to see it still. Yeah, so it is still pretty windy. The G in the meantime is fleeing for Athens. We had a G in the house, but now no more. The G is fleeing. Air Canada bank robber. Leaving with our money. Hey Patrick, goedemiddag. Air Canada to Montreal. That is now, for the time being, the only airplane coming this way. Hey! Oh no, I thought maybe there was a business coming this way, but Hype Private Jet. Oh, what a nice name! Hype Private Jets. Cessna Citation CJ2 to Biggin Hill in London. I thought it might be coming this way, but it is going to take off from the Oostbaan by the looks of it. Quite a few airplanes on the move going out. I wonder how many are still going to go to the center runway and which are starting to come this way. Pegasus, for instance, is that coming this way or is that still taking off from center? ...637 viewers and 651 likes means we are at 65.1%, reaching another airplane dance. Uh-oh, that's not good. Harry the Heron. And over here, but now no longer visible, Daisy and her ducklings. With the 5 ducklings. Now, undoubtedly, with this bastard over there, and he's now looking at me, and he's thinking, are you calling me a bastard? Did I hear that correctly? Yes, you did. You stay away from those ducklings, you asshole. I'm talking to you, you long neck. Get away from that long-necked bird. Ah. Oh. Did he just throw up? Huh? Don't tell me that these birds shit through their mouths. It almost looked like it. Huh? I'm pretty sure that came out of his mouth. A turd puke. He still seems to be eyeing me. It's as if he is a different live streamer who also is very focused on filming me. Don't you guys have anything better to do? In the meantime, Air Canada has arrived here on the threshold and is about to line up in the bank robber livery. Air Canada flight 901 going to Montreal. Right, so this is Air Canada flight 901, a 7878 Dreamliner to Montreal in Canada, Montreal as they say there. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. Pegasus is still going via center, as is TUI. A380 confirmed for the Aalsmeerbaan. That is not unexpected, but thanks for the heads up, Arya. No way on earth that the wind I'm currently feeling is just 12 knots. It must be a bit more than that by now. Bastard! You're staying away from the ducklings. You're staying away from the ducklings, yeah! That is Mama Duck. Oh no! No! It does have one. Bastard! Asshole! Asshole! What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, throw a stone. There, I don't have a stone with me. Not that I can throw. Yeah, he swallowed it whole. Bastard swallowed it whole. Ah, the Apje thinks this is funny. Bye bye. So things are continuing here. There are airplanes now coming this way. In fact, all of the airplanes that are leaving in the upcoming hour are coming to this runway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if not more, are already underway. And now once again we are seeing an A330 being parked at what I thought was Delta's exclusive territory, but it isn't. Being overtaken by an Embraer 190 going to Basel. KLM flight 1945, and this is KLM flight 677 to Calgary, A330-300. You can see the windsock, by the way, in the foreground. It seems to be indicating that there is a bit more wind than the meter is saying. I'm also not sure that the meter is accurate with their wind. They say 12 knots. That's in the report from 12:25. It's now 1:07, so there should be another report out from 5 minutes to the hour. Let's see what it says. This is more in line with what I am feeling over here as well. 14 knots of wind. Wind is ever so slightly south of east, not yet very significantly, so I don't think that they are going to switch the runways before 2 o'clock at least. In the meantime, that Embraer 190 is coming this way. And that is KLM flight 603 to LAX, overtaking the A330. E2 Embraer 195 to Berlin is doing the same. Hey there, Per, good afternoon, good to see you again, mate. Sid, good afternoon. Wolfgang, welcome back, mate. Icarus, over here. So once again, we have an airplane stuck over there. The E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1777 is already moving onto the runway via Cheaters Lane. KLM flight 603 to LAX in the vicinity of the threshold. Turn and burn, classic turn and burn here. KLM flight 1777 to Berlin, E2 Embraer 195. Richard Wonders, KLM 6772 early. but that doesn't make sense. If it were too early, why wouldn't ATC deny them their pushback clear request? This is KLM flight 603 to LAX, 777-200 The PHBQK, Bravo Quebec Kilo. 20-year-old airplane, first flight January 2005. And the Cargolux 747 arriving from Miami, going to runway 06 in the background. Only limited visibility from this vantage point, unfortunately. And A380 landing, Aalsmeerbaan. W says, I think I might be seeing it. There it is. It is only a glimpse of what you can see. Going to the furthest removed runway. Combo shot there with the tower. Alan has to go. It's time to piss off people. Make sure you do, mate. All the best with that. Thanks for stopping by, and I will undoubtedly see you later in the weekend, mate. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. Narrow bodies, but also if you look in the foreground, wide bodies are coming this way. Yeah, unfortunately this is where we are going to lose the A380. Right now a Transavia at the threshold to Alicante. First next airplane, after that another wide body. Willem, goedemiddag. RT, goedemiddag. And no, Willem, not every day. I also have a day job and other stuff that I need to do. Usually from Thursdays until Sundays. Time for KLM flight 677 to finally leave for Calgary. It was one of the first arrivals here, and then it stopped at the parking of Delta, where we also saw a Delta A350 earlier in the morning. Now, seemingly without any issues, taking off to Calgary. This airplane is completely fake. PH AKE is the registration. And a nice combo shot there with the previous airplane. Beautiful. Before the Patat, good afternoon. Bob also signing off to go for his beauty sleep. Enjoy, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Louds from K1 passing by. Annie Q, good afternoon. Erik, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. At the moment, until approximately 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, the only runway for outbound traffic. Quite a few narrow bodies and wide bodies. Mostly wide bodies now, queuing up here. First, a German Airways to Stuttgart, flying on behalf of KLM Cityhopper. Flight 1831. Michael DCA, good to see you, mate. Beautiful weather here today. It has been KVK all throughout the morning, and barring a few high cirrus clouds further away, not a single cloud to find in the sky over here. Still pretty windy, as you might have gathered already by the shuddering of the footage. Maybe also the rustling of the reeds and the grasses. The wind is blowing from the east, although it is expected to turn southeast in the upcoming hours. So even though right now the runway is still being used for departures, I am thinking that later in the show, later in the day, probably after the show, but later in the day, they are going to transition to using the runway for arrivals. This is what the wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like. Time for another German Airways to Nuremberg. It's the German Airways Exodus. But after this, it is time for wide bodies. Delta, KLM, and what's this? United. Anything else in the pipeline? Why, yes. More Delta. German Airways, once again, flying on behalf of KLM Cityhopper. This is an Embraer 190. KLM flight 1843 is the flight number. Time for 4 consecutive wide bodies now. Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, next to take off, the November 819 November Whiskey. Already spooling up. "17-year-old airplane. First flight July 2007. Next up is going to be KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro. That's in Latin America, and you know what else lies there? Indeed. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec, Lima, now spooling up. This airplane 19 years old, first flight February 2006. Whoa, my cap is almost being blown off my head. What the fudge? United Flight 908 going to Chicago O'Hare. November 20904, 7878, Dreamliner, 12 years old, first flight August 2012. And he has to go. Jasper, goedemiddag. Steph is under the assumption that it is warm over here. It isn't. The wind is keeping things very cool, and up till maybe half an hour ago I have been standing here with goosebumps all the while, so now it is getting comfortable with the ambient temperature and the wind blowing. Michael says that somebody was asking how many Americans besides you have visited you at AMS. I think you might be the third one. We had Junos over. He came over while visiting here for work. And he famously lit 3 torches in 3 consecutive windows in business on his Delta A330 flight back home. And there was also another person from the United States, I don't even remember his name. He bitched and complained afterwards in the comments below the video. That I wasn't stopping streaming and didn't come over to have a small chat with him, because other live streamers who he also contributed to did do that, and he apparently thought that because he did something in support of the channel that apparently he would get the red carpet rolled out. It was very funny to read that back afterwards. I still remember vividly that other people were also complaining about the transactional nature of said person. So yeah, I think you are you have been the third to visit Michael. The ugly American. Those are your words, not mine. Yeah, the wind is actually picking up. I have the pan and tilt axis now locked, and it's still shuddering like mad. Dynamic image stabilizer already enabled. Guy wires, of course, always firmly attaching the tripod into the ground, but you can only do so much. It's a pity that the wind is blowing from the east. Even if it were to change to southeast and they would use this runway for arrivals, from this vantage point you would not see the crabbing, because the airplanes are going to crab away from you then. That's a pity. There's a queue forming. Right now I am only seeing narrow bodies with the exception of a KLM A330. This is a jet going to Istanbul, the TCLUA. Here it says Anadolu jet on the tin and not a jet. And apparently we have crossed through 700 likes. Thank you all so much for that, guys. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider adding to the likes. It really helps to bring in new people. People like you guys are who like a joke and also like watching airplanes. Liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to do that. Here's Mama. Now with one less duckling. Just 4. Luckily no herons in the immediate vicinity any longer. Danny asks how old I am. Rather impertinent question, don't you think? Let's start with you first. Right, as we are about to see a wide body taking off, here once again, a truck trying to squeeze into the picture. Careful with backing up too far. This is fuck D, PHAKD. Meanwhile, good afternoon to all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan. The truck has reversed and is now going back again, no longer blocking our view of the airplanes. German Airways flying to Bremen in a few moments. Steven also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1763. That's number 190. AR. Assault rifle, not sure. DAG MP is the registration. Delta Alpha Golf Mike Papa. 16-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2009. November 190 behind it, that's going to go to Bristol. EasyJet after that. I'm still waiting for another wide-body Exodus. Hoping we will get to see one before 2 o'clock. Narrow body getting ahead of narrow body. Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf on the left. Embraer 190 to Bristol on the right. EasyJet to Naples in the background. And this is the Herpa Derpa Derpa going viral for 75 years with itches and scratches. Over here we have KLM flight 1079 being flown by an Eastern Airways Britty Hopper, Embraer 190, going to Bristol. 11-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. Jonas says that Britty Hopper that took off 20 minutes ago is now squawking 7700. That's interesting. Where is it flying? If it is returning to Schiphol, it is going to land on runway 06 most likely. A320 Neorio. Next up, Transavia flight 1445 to Hurghada. And I'm wondering what else is coming our way. Not many wide bodies in view on Flight Radar yet. Although there is a Dreamliner to Austin, Texas now underway. Right, this is Transavia flight 1445 going to Hurghada. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Golf. KLM 737, flight 1355 to Prague. Over there in the distance, and behind it should be KLM flight 667 to Austin, Texas. Should be a bit further to the left. There it is. That's the 787-10 Dreamliner. KLM 777-300 to Panama City is also coming this way. KLM is taking off from the threshold. The Dreamliner will undoubtedly do the same. Hey there Martina, good afternoon. Foomster, good afternoon. Epic Thijs, good afternoon. Big picture overview, still no clouds to be seen, with the exception of a few high cirrus clouds to the southwest. Everything otherwise looking blue, 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 blue. Still plenty of wind from the east, although in the upcoming hours expected to turn a bit further to the southeast. The further south the wind will become, the more higher the likelihood that they are going to change the runway use. Wouldn't be surprised if they are going to effectuate a runway use change after this stint at 2 o'clock. The next couple of meters are going to show more southeasterly winds than the last meter. Alright, cabin pressure issue with the squawking Bridgie hopper, apparently, Leon says. This is KLM flight 667 to Austin, Texas. Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Charlie. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. 6,000 meters is a bit more than 10,000 feet, guys. A foot is 30 centimeters, so a foot is 30 centimeters, so 10,000 feet is 3 kilometers approximately. 6,000 meters is around 20,000 feet. Now another 747 is moving in. EasyJet A320neo to Edinburgh is moving out. Next up, Transavia flight 5135 to Barcelona. And after that we are going to see a 777-300 Earth Panama City. Howdy Jan, good afternoon. Flap surfaces not that clean, though not as bad as the Chinese triples are. Righty, this is KLM flight 757 off to Panama City, the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Foxtrot 777-300 14 years old, first flight January 2011. Wind is not slowing down by any means. After this, a mini 777, an E2 Embraer 195 to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1009. At moments it almost feels like my hat is going to be blown off my head. The wind is absolutely picking up. Viagra, I think, is in the sky. There's definitely arousal over there, the windsock. Next up, KLM flight 1009, which will be going to London Heathrow. E2 Embraer 195, the Papa Hotel November X-Ray Golf. 3-year-old airplane, first flight November 2021. No. The wind is getting worse. The wind is getting worse. It is what was expected. Let's have a quick look. So right now 40 knots of wind. That was at 12:55. So there is another meter out from 125. Let's do a refresh and see what it says. Still 40 knots of wind, 24C. The temperature doesn't feel like 24C at all. The wind is absolutely helping to make it feel a lot cooler than it actually is. Wind is still from the east, a little bit south of east. Variation going more to the south as well. Still cavalcade means that the ceiling and visibility are okay. It is expected that the wind is picking up a little bit, although not more than it already is blowing. Around 40 knots of wind, and the upcoming hours the wind is expected to be from a bit south of directly east, which is why I think maybe later they might go for another runway change. Not yet though, but I'm not sure what is going to happen come 2 o'clock, because then another runway another runway switch will happen. We'll go from 2 runways for inbound to 1, and instead of 1 runway for outbound to 2. Richie Hopper is diverting to Humberside, Paul says. In the meantime, the bird controller is over here at the runway doing a little inspection. So the airplanes that have arrived over here are not yet taking off. BA is using Cheater's Lane. KLM is holding short over there. Transavia seems to be continuing to line up on the runway. Transavia seems to be the first to go, as BA is now holding short. Quite a few airplanes are arriving on the scene here, and more are coming. Delta, flight 75 to Atlanta, being preceded by JetBlue to New York. BA is not going onto the runway yet, so looks like after the inspection will be done, Transavia will be the first to leave. Ali says watching your live streams is plain fun. Keep them coming. Right. Showtime. Was just a brief inspection. Transavia flight 5471 to Mayon. This is a 737-800. The PHHZD. 26 years old, first flight April 1999. Monique has to go. Thank you for stopping by and enjoy the rest of your day, Monique. See you again soon. Next up is going to be BA. British Airways flight 8460 to London City. Thirteen-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. Hey Philip, good afternoon and congratulations. Next is going to be KLM flight 1545 to Malaga. There it is, 737-800, the Papa Hotel Bravo Charlie Alpha. 14 years of age, first flight November 2010. And in the background, the 787-10 to New York JFK, KLM flight 641, which will be leaving next, yeah, by the looks of it. 2 consecutive wide-bodies, the Delta will be next after that, A330-300 to Atlanta, Georgia. Foomster says Delta is the only white body. Well, there is some white on the KLM livery as well, but it's not as white, absolutely. Ali says I have no problem telling plane jokes because all of them are going to land. Adios, goedemiddag, good to see you. Yellow says C-17 Globemaster at The Hague, flying over the border towards Germany. The border near The Hague? I'm not following. I do see a contrail south of me, but it is very, very far away. Where did I see that contrail? was lower, wasn't it? There it is. If that's the C-17, it was already really far away. Next, Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. This is the November 813 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight November 2006. JetBlue to New York next after this, and that bastard is once again over there. Now luckily I'm not seeing anybody, no ducks, no ducklings in the water over here. Piece of shit bird. Have to look for stones or something to throw at it next time I'm here and I see something like that happening. No good piece of shit bird. Ali says, why did the librarian get kicked off the airplane? Because it was overbooked. Nice one, Ali, thank you so much. Also Stephen, mate, thank you so much for your super chat. Your Polderbaan club dues, mate. No club dues here, but thank you so much nonetheless, much appreciated. Thank you so much. It's nice to have you back in the chat again. Hope you're going to stick around for a few more streams to come in the next few days. And thank you so much for your quote-unquote dues that weren't due. JetBlue on its way to New York JFK. And parallel departures have already begun. Center runway has reopened. Right now there's only one airplane left here at this threshold, the runway threshold, Air Lingus flight 605, which is going to go to Dublin, Ireland. I think I'm going to make that the last airplane of today's show. Looks like they are going to continue with using the runway for departures to the north. Well, it seems like a logical moment to end the stream. Hopefully be back again tomorrow. Oh dear. A bad tooth getting liberated on Tuesday. Well, it's probably better when it's no longer in you than when it is still aching. But I can imagine that you aren't looking forward to that event. This is Shamrock, flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland, an A321neo. Last airplane of today's show. Should be back again tomorrow and the next 2 days after that as well. Beautiful weather expected, albeit warm. But that's also what they said from of today. Only now has it begun to get a bit more comfortable with the constant wind, but maybe the wind is going to slow down in the upcoming days, and if the temperature continues to climb, it's going to get warm, undoubtedly. For now, I am going to wrap up for today. Thank you all so much for joining me here. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed it as well, except for the one incident with the duckling. Hopefully that will not happen again, at least where we can see it. A massive big thank you for all the support, for the likes, for the super chats and super stickers and whatnot. Also a massive big thank you to the mods for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Looking to see you all again tomorrow on another live stream. For now, take care and stay safe. Bye for now, guys.